Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan. It is Sunday, September 3rd, 2023. First airplane of the day. Taking off from Polderbaan. It's a special livery. Air Baltic in the Lithuanian flag livery. Going to Tampere, which I probably mispronounced. Flight 562, Airbus A300. This airplane is 5 years old. First flight of this airplane was in August 2018. Good morning, Rwanda. Sven, goedemorgen. Good morning. Paul, goedemorgen. Good morning. Nigel, good morning, mate. Wendy, goedemorgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. Ralf, goedemorgen. Andere Patrick, ook goedemorgen. Hey there, Oscar. Good morning. Oscar is on the KLM to Leeds. So that is the number 2. Are you sitting on the left-hand side of the airplane, mate? This is German Airways flying for KLM. Embraer 190 flying as KLM flight 1059. Going to Cardiff. A 15-year-old airplane, first flight January 2008. Sander, goedemorgen. Tina, good morning. Remco, goedemorgen. FJWH, goedemorgen. Alright, so Oscar, if you are on the left-hand side, shine the torch over your phone, mate. This is an Embraer 175 KLM flight 1541 going to Leeds. Ricardo, goedemorgen. Belinda, goedemorgen. Hope everybody is doing well on this early Sunday morning over here. Ronald, goedemorgen. Me neither, Sander, me neither. Was a little last minute everything. Also early today were the firefighters. They were already doing their round as I was still setting up. And I also saw some departures from center in the meantime, so the ticker is already outdated, no less than 5 minutes into the stream. Parallel departures taking place to the north. This is KLM flight 1143. On its way to Oslo, Boeing 737-900. A 19-year-old airplane that had its first flight in April 2004. Good morning, Tiger. Bram, goedemorgen. Klaus, goedemorgen. I guess he wasn't allowed to make fire for his torch indeed, Patrick. Maybe he listened to the cabin attendants and put his phone in airplane mode unnecessarily. Andrew, good morning. Blackburst, good morning. Amsterdam Aviator, good morning. So, we have hazy conditions, I would call it. Not full-blown fog, visibility is alright. KVK conditions. Hardly any wind, which makes it a bit of a risk standing here on the far end of the runway, because if they were to change the runway usage to departures, arrivals, this would not be the most optimal location to be filming from. So fingers crossed that at least until the end of the stream they are not going to change the runway usage in terms of the type of traffic. Let's have a look. This is an Embraer 190 going to Trondheim. KLM flight 1173. 14-year-old airplane, first flight September 2009. Matteo, ciao amico. Right, nou, Liewe, goedemorgen. Leen, goedemorgen. Richard, goedemorgen. Oeh, rainy Alicante. I thought it was always dry over there. So, guess I have to update the ticker. It was only the Polderbaan being used for departures when I was setting up, but 36 Center now also in use for departures. So let's add that to the ticker. Ronnie, goedemorgen. Vliegtuigspotter Hoofddorp, goedemorgen. Mrs. Professor, good morning. Let's have a look and see what is coming this way. At the moment, we have an E2 Embraer 195 approaching. And not yet visible, but coming our way are a Boeing 737-700 and a 777-200. Salut Anto. Good to see you again. The E2 will be going to the runway threshold, it looks like. One of the firefighter engines sounding the horn. Let's see what they are up to. They already did their patrol round, so not sure why that was. You can see the windsock in the foreground. There is practically zero wind at the moment. As is confirmed by the chimney smoke rising nearly vertically. The water situation is quite quiet. Not much going on over here. The only bird I saw was over here. Russell, our crow, keeping an eye on me. Right, going to Bilbao. This is an E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1685. A one-year-old airplane that had its first flight in February of the year 2022. Now, in the meantime, the 737 came over here a bit quicker than the triple, but did the triple, did it cross the runway? I think it did. That's interesting. That is interesting. Will the A321 to Madrid do the same? Does that mean then that they have not... No, wait, there are airplanes taking off from center. Alright. ATC being practical today, letting them shortcut? No, wait, they don't allow them to. Well, surely the triple has shortcutted. Well, not sure, cannot see. Whenever I press on an airplane, because I have such a small postage stamp on my screen open, the pop-up screen blocks the taxi route it has taken, so I'm unable to see, but doesn't matter. KLM flight 1343 going to Billund, 737-700. 14 years old, first flight March 2009. Evan, good morning, my friend. Top of the morning to you too, my friend. Hope all is well over in SoCal. The next airplane is a 777-200. Marius, goedemorgen. Daniel, goedemorgen. An EasyJet in note. Oh? Sven, goedemorgen. How many degrees is it in the Netherlands right now? Well, let's have a look in the ticker. It says 15 degrees Celsius. And the triple has indeed shortcut. Thought so. Was already quite close behind the 737. If it had to go around the northern threshold, which is the nearest by, from the place where it in fact crossed the runway, it still would have been further behind. Andy Camps, good morning. And Daniel, did the airplane, the EasyJet, take off from Amsterdam or from a different airport? Goedemorgen, Jordan. Our next airplane is probably over there. I suspect it will cut short in front of the triple. That would be an A321. Pinch out. Yeah, A321 to Madrid. Okay. KLM. Ah, privilege style flying for KLM. Alright, that makes sense. Let's have a look and see what the Embraer is going to do. think it is going to take... Is it? No, it forgoes the shortcut. It's going to be number 2 after all. Which means that this is going to be our next airplane. Absolutely not cold, Sven. I'm standing here in my t-shirt, came here with my sweater, with my hoodie, but I already put it out, put it off. There's no wind. The sun is shining, even though it is a bit hazy, but there's no wind. It's absolutely not cold over here. Good morning, Lifeline. Kamarul, good morning. Jinshin, good morning. Aloha. Con, good morning. Checking in from Kaapstad. Now, this is United Airlines flight 71. It's a 777-200 going to Newark. 26 years old. First flight February 1997. So 26 years old already. Time flies, doesn't it? Just like the 777. Somehow I always have the feeling that the 777 is a more modern airplane than an airplane that is already flying for 26 years or longer, but it is a bit smoky, or at least the left engine is. Well, both are, but left is more smoky than right, it seems like. Not sure if the camera can pick that up as well. Victor, goedemorgen. Thank you for your kind words. Doing the best I can. Glad you like the camera work. After the wake turbulence of the triple has dissipated, this Embraer 190 will get the green light to go to Darlington. KLM flight 1533, 9-year-old airplane, first flight February 2014. Good morning, Austrian Wolf. And Dave Tomlin, good morning. Happy Sunday to you too, my friend. Go Martindale, good morning. First time viewer, well, welcome. Hope you enjoy the show. All other first time viewers who might be looking, watching, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. Feel free to do so. Don't feel like you need to, but feel free if you want to do so. Also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. A lot of people are watching. Many of them are knowledgeable and all of them are friendly. Again, KLM flight 1533, going to Darlington, Embraer 190, 9 years old airplane, first flight February 2014. We've got another E2 Embraer 195 lining up behind us. Danny, goedemorgen. Mario, guten Morgen. Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. RDW, goedemorgen. Paul Bakker, goedemorgen. Checking in from the barn area in het Gooi. And Aaron is checking in from Teugen. Hey Paula, goedemorgen. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hope the same goes for you. Right, another E2 Embraer 195. This one is due to go to Birmingham. It's flight 1423. This airplane is brand new, meaning less than a year old according to flight radar. First flight was actually in January this year, so it is 8 months old, 9 months. Alrighty then. Away she goes. Martin, goedemorgen. Andy Green, checking in from sunny Leicestershire. Good morning, mate. Nice to see. Yeah, the sun is shining in parts of the UK as well. Sven asks if there are 77s going to Schiphol. Well, there always are. Not sure on which runway they will land and at what time. Don't think there were a lot actually. I did have a look at the departures and I think there was a 747 scheduled to depart, I think around the end of the morning between 11 and 12. Now whether or not we are going to see it up close depends on runway usage at the time. Mr. Cole, good morning. Ah, you noticed the smoky left engine as well, mate. Yeah. Wasn't sure if the camera would convey it, but it was very clearly visible here in real life at least. Mind you, they are 27 years old, or at least, well, assuming they are still the original engines, but the airplane was an oldie. Not that that's an excuse for smoky engines, of course. Going to Glasgow, KLM flight 1473, Embraer 190, 13 years old, first flight August 2010. So yeah, big picture, it is a bit hazy. If you look, the sky is somewhat milky. You can see it particularly well when pointing the camera towards where the sun is shining. Also looking to the south, you can see it. Looking to the west, you can even see the moon a little bit. It looks like weather where contrails can get produced. So maybe if something interesting, a quad is coming to us from, for instance, Frankfurt, we might be able to follow it. One coot in water over here. And another Embraer 190 from KLM, this one going to Inverness, flight 923, 13 years old as well. First flight January 2010. Right, in the meantime, thank you so much, Jin Shin, for becoming a member of the Aurora Sky Lounge. Appreciate the support. Welcome. And Ryuta T, good morning. Checking in from Tokyo. Mike Wild, good morning. Peter PDK, good morning. Michelle, goedemorgen. So people are talking about an EasyJet having some troubles. I don't know more than that there was an EasyJet having trouble. Did it take off from Schiphol? Is it returning? I'm standing out here filming. The only information I receive at the moment is from you guys. Richard, goedemorgen. Bart, goedemorgen. Michard, goedemorgen. Elton, good morning. Michael, good morning. Got a couple of planes coming this way. Starting with another Air Baltic standard livery going to Riga. Making its way over to the runway threshold. Got an Aer Lingus A320neo coming this way. And further up in the distance is an Embraer 175 from KLM going to Aberdeen. Rini, goedemorgen. Lars, goedemorgen. Air Baltic, flight 618 going to Riga. A220-300, 2 years old, first flight September 2020. Servus Peppi, schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Right, A320neo going to Dublin, Ireland, Aer Lingus. Okay, thanks for the update there, Jillard, and goedemorgen. EasyJet was on the way from Basel to Ibiza, turned around, landed in Geneva. Okay, so nothing Amsterdam related. I thought it might have been an airplane that took off from over here, but that is not the case apparently. Embraer 175 going to Aberdeen, KLM flight 1443. 6-year-old airplane, first flight July 2017. Behind it is going to be a KLM 737-800 going to Warsaw. And Richard is informing us that the KLM Dreamliner to LAX will be coming this way. Right, 737-800 going to Warsaw. KLM flight 1363. 15-year-old airplane, first flight March 2008. Nick Kerr says that I suspect the Atlas Air from Poznan to Houston might divert to Schiphol. Always interesting to see 747s unsuspectedly visiting Schiphol airport. If they are landing on runway 06, we might be able to capture it somewhat decently. This is what you can see from over here when it comes to landing traffic on runway 06. Unfortunately, this time of year, the trees and their leaves are obstructing the view somewhat. Right, EasyJet on its way to the runway threshold. Also coming this way, 787-10 Dreamliner to LAX. Embraer 190 behind it. First up, EasyJet turning onto the runway. Airbus A319 going to London Luton, flight 22514. The airplane 12 years old, first flight July 2011. Marcus says I can hear the horsepower in my audio. Awesome, that is exactly what is supposed to be happening. Right, it's getting busy, see more airplanes coming over here. This is KLM flight 601, 787-10 Dreamliner to LAX. This 787-10 Dreamliner is 2 years old and its first flight was in December 2020. And it is taking its sweet time to take off, but there you go. Probably very heavy. What is it? 9.5 hours of flight time ahead of it. Going to Los Angeles. Meanwhile, it's getting a bit more busy over here. Let me show you the pipeline. Got an Embraer that has to wait for the wake turbulence to dissipate. Got another Embraer. Got an A330 by the looks of it. 737. And another A220 from Air Baltic. So if you just joined the show, welcome. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan runway 36 left. Today one of the 2 runways in use for departures. Hardly any wind. Departures to the north. Center runway also open, so parallel departures in progress. The sun is out, although the sky is a bit milky. 15 degrees C. Maybe a little bit warmer in the meantime, so around 60 F. This is KLM flight 1325, going to Alessand, Embraer 190, 14 years old. First flight, January 2009. And good morning, Jacks, Kadia, WD Computer, good morning, goedemorgen. Next up, KLM flight 1207, Embraer 190 going to Kristiansand. The airplane is 5 years old. First flight was in February 2018. Good morning, Tom V1. Smackaroni, good morning. On Wings and Rails, good morning. Our next airplane, ready to go. KLM flight 1127. We'll be going to Copenhagen, Boeing 737-800, 4 years old, first flight April 2019. Then another big bird coming. And is there more underway? Not immediately. Still have a queue. Lights are going on. Off to Copenhagen. The 737 is 4 years old. Mathieu, goedemorgen. Another 737. KLM flight 1155 going to Gothenburg. 737-700, 12 years old. First flight May 2011. And I do see more movement left of me. More airplanes coming this way. So even though it is parallel departures, it seems that a lot of the traffic is coming to this runway. Hey Peter, goedemorgen. Hope everybody is doing alright on this early Sunday morning. And the water's still all quiet, with the exception of that one coot. Don't see. Oh wait, there is. Seems like there is a bird in the water more to the south. Otherwise, still very much quiet. Sunday morning over here. Birds also have weekend and are sleeping in, it seems like. Goedemorgen, Susanne. Air Baltic, the third one, flight 858, going to Tallinn, another A220-300, 3 years old, first flight May 2020. It's getting a bit noisy behind me.
No.
And that would be this Dreamliner from American Airlines. Flight 221, going to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, 7878. 2 years old, first flight October 2020. Hey Anne, goedemorgen. Jordi, goedemorgen. En Quinty, goedemorgen. Ja, Love Aviation, good morning, mate. It's getting busy over here. And you can see that the center runway is still being used, but it's definitely not taking all the traffic. Then Embraer waiting. A330 coming. 737, Airbus, Dreamliner, and that is the pipeline for the time being. Having to wait for the wake turbulence to dissipate. It will get clearance in a few minutes, undoubtedly. Going to Gdansk in Poland. This is KLM flight 1917. It is an Embraer 175, 6 years old. First flight January 2017. So today is the first day of what is looking to become a week of Indian summer weather over here. Although I'm not sure if you can call it an Indian summer when it is astronomically still technically summer for 3 more weeks. The sun will come out more abundantly in the upcoming days. Temperatures nice in 20 degrees Celsius. Going to Houston, Texas, KLM flight 661, Airbus A330-300. And if your neighbors were not awake yet, maybe they are now. Hope you guys still have eardrums and speakers, functioning speakers left. These always get loud, the A330s. This particular one was is still 8 years old. First flight was in October 2014. On its way to Houston, Texas. And good morning, Jet Music Travel Channel. Peter K, good morning. John Llewellyn, good morning. Dave A010, good morning, goedemorgen. Got 3 more airplanes lined up. And the next airplane is a 737. KLM flight 1167, 737-800, going to Helsinki, Finland. This airplane is 15 years old. First flight was in April 2008. Hey Koenie, goedemorgen. So that 747, that is diverting. Where is it at the moment? And is it coming to the Kaagbaan? Good morning, John Hakon. Good morning, Wahid. Matthias, good morning. Science owns imposters, good morning. its way to London Heathrow. Speedbird flight 429, A320. 15 years old, first flight August 2008. Yunus, good morning my friend. Was indeed nice meeting you yesterday. Too bad I wasn't able to talk too elaborately, but it was very nice meeting you, and it was very nice seeing those aurora pictures you made while on board the airplane. 747 almost touchdown. Right. This is KLM flight 747 going to Bogota, Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. Seven-year-old Dreamliner, first flight August 2016. Alright, Yunus is on Delta Airlines flight 179. What is the expected departure time, mate? This, by the way, KLM flight 605 78710 Dreamliner to San Francisco, 3 years old, first flight January 2020. Okay, Yunus departing 10:30, so that is quite soon indeed. You're on Delta Airlines 179, windows 9, 10 and 11 back from the nose, so that is right under the Delta logo on the side facing me. Excellent. Well, you know what you need to do, right? You need to light the torch and hold it in front of the window and I will film you. Let's see if your departure is 10:30. Are you already visible on flight radar? Not seeing you just yet. Undoubtedly you soon will become visible. Awesome. So Yunus, who came to visit me in person yesterday to show me his pictures of the aurora that he took while on board the airplane on his way over to Amsterdam, will be heading out back home later. So I already know if we're going to succeed in capturing the torch of Yunus when he takes off, which I'm pretty sure we will. He gave us very thorough information. We already have the thumbnail of today's stream. Super awesome. Right, I see a great many big birds on the platform. Right now Delta Airlines Flight 57 is making its way over to the runway threshold. It is an A330 Neo going to Salt Lake City. Let's enable Schiphol filter again. Right. For some reason it has ground to a near halt. Looking behind me, not seeing any vehicles with flashlights on. The bird controller is safe and sound near the fire station. It is continuing its taxi, so there was also something going on as I was setting up. I couldn't film it, but there was I think it was a Max 8 from TUI that was coming this way, and then it did a 180. It seemed like it was going back to the gate. Then it did another 180, came back towards the runway and did take off eventually. It was shortly before I went live, so I think maybe 9:15 or so. Don't know what happened there. And good morning to Japanese characters that I cannot read. Who is saying good morning from Tokyo, Japan? Good morning to you too. Konnichiwa. Mac G says good morning from Germany. Great show. Thank you so much for that. Dreamliner 10 to Zanzibar. Taking off from center. A little bit of wing fluff. Now it does seem like the bird controller is doing some inspecting. Flashlights are on. Man, it's nice and quiet over here. Haha, nice. Quiet. It's the calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen. The big birds are coming this way. Can hear them already. Wind carries towards us a little bit. I think. Looking up, you can definitely see that contrails get produced. Although I'm not seeing one right now, but we have a remnant over here. A little higher, another one. Meanwhile, a lot of people have joined the chat. Gurgen Hobo, good morning. Mrs. Professor, oh, feeling under the weather. That does not sound good. You take care, sleep tight, make sure you get well soon. Dennis, good morning. Oi, dickhead, Elvin. Good arvo, mate. Skana, mate. The Maricovincian. Good morning. Harry, good morning. Tom, goedemorgen, good morning. Peter K, did I already say good morning to you? Chia Films from Colombia, good morning. Guy, good morning from Luxembourg. Hope the weather is the same over there as well as over here. Bayerischer Schweizer asks, if I take someone from Schiphol, what is the best parking? You mean picking someone up who has arrived over there, or what? Picking someone up, what I always do is whenever I have flown, what I do is I call the person picking me up saying I've cleared my baggage and I'm standing in the terminal, and I ask them to come pick me up at the pickup, the drop-off point. So where the departures are, I go stand there, and the person picking me up just drives up to me, makes a quick stop, loads the suitcases in. I step into the vehicle and we're off again. Saves you having to go to a parking. So if it's basically for picking someone up who has arrived, that's what I always do. Just tell the person to go to the departure hall, stand out in front where the drop-off point is, and instead of dropping someone off, you can pick someone up. Done in 5 minutes. That does mean that the person who has arrived has to go up 1 story with the suitcases, because the arrivals is on ground floor and the departures is on the 1st floor. But if you can pick someone up by car, that is the most easy thing to do, in my opinion. Right, Delta A330 flight 135. And we get a headshot. Norwegian think it's the first one of the day, come to think of it. Norwegian Airlines, or Norwegian I should say. A MAX 8 going to Copenhagen with Anders Celsius on the back. So the airplane is 1 year old, first flight March 2022. Next up, going to Detroit, sorry, is Delta Airlines Flight 135 A330-300. 19 years old already. Alright, Yunus has just pushed back, so we're waiting for his A330, and in the meantime we'll have plenty of fun with the heavyweights that are taking off in the meantime. The next airplane is a 777-200 going to Quito. KLM Flight 755. It is a 777-200 ER, 19 years old, first flight December 2003. Karsten, guten Morgen, schön, dass du wieder dabei bist. Herzlich willkommen. And Dave, thank you so much for a very generous super chat, mate. Appreciate it, thank you so much. Let us quickly turn around. Another heavyweight ready to go at a moment's notice. Another KLM 777-200 ER. This one going to Lima in Peru. Also 19 years old. First flight November 2003. All right, let's have a look. Next up, KLM flight 1009, Boeing 737-800, going to London Heathrow. This airplane is 4 years old. First flight was in March 2019. And thank you, Big Al, for your kind words. Appreciate the support. Glad you're liking it. Oh, sound issues here and there. Audrey says sound okay here in the UK. Typically a refresh resolves a lot of the issues people might be having. Now runway center is still being used for departures as well. Still parallel departures in progress. If you just tuned in, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing next to the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. One of the two runways being used for departures. Departures to the north. There is hardly any wind today. We're under the influence of high pressure. Hardly any wind. You can see the smoke from the chimneys further up rise nearly vertically. Over here, the fire station. In the foreground, you can see a windsock. It needs some Viagra. It is fully flaccid. And I think this is the first CRJ of the day. SAS flight 552, CRJ900, going to Copenhagen. This airplane is 12 years old. First flight was in December 2010. And I see Delta Airlines flight 179 having been pushed back. It is on the radar. I see a great many heavies that are bound to fly to the Americas, to the west, so I think those heavies are all candidates to take off from this runway. Looking behind me to the north to see if something is going on, but I'm not seeing anything in terms of runway inspections. In fact, I think the bird control vehicle is over there. Just behind the Embraer. Nice for scale comparison. Right. All right, something is happening. Uh-oh. I think we have an aborted takeoff on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, this is an abortion. Exit stage right. And a butt shot to boot. courtesy of SAS. In the meantime, a very unnecessary super sticker from Alvin with a hippo's character's head pops out of the water surrounded by his hippo squad. Thank you so much for that, Alvin, but really you shouldn't have. You're supporting the channel more than enough by being a moderator. But cheers, buddy. Appreciate it. Right, let's see. E2 Embraer 195 to Hamburg will take off by the looks of it. KLM flight 1779. Now, if anybody is listening in on ATC and has picked something up as to what is going on with that SAS CRJ, do let us know in the chat. Yunus might be able to take a close-up picture of it as it returns to the gate if they aren't able to solve the problems. In that case, mail them over to me and I will put them in the community tab of the channel. Well, interesting developments. Yillard is saying that the A340 from Surinam Airways will also be departing in approximately 30 minutes. That is definitely a candidate to take off from this runway. It's all quiet. I think they might have... Well, I do see... Is that just heat emanating from the engines when they have turned off? It doesn't sound like the engines are on at the moment. Unlike that one, or the one of that airplane. Interesting developments once again. In the meantime, good morning to Stephen Middleton, who is tuning in from Dundee in Scotland, saying, "Keep up the great work, mate." My Scottish sucks. Thank you so much. Appreciate you dropping in, saying hi. All other viewers, if you're a first-time viewer or maybe have been a lurker, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. Don't feel like you need to, but feel free to do so if you like to. Also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Hey there, Gav. Good morning. Good to have you on the show back again. Hope all is well. Dirk. Guten Morgen. Tuning in from Cologne. And I'm happy to hear that Harry's issues with the sound have been resolved. Refreshing the page did the trick. Good morning, Mark Brown. Great viewing weather, indeed it is. It is warmer than it might appear to be. I can tell you that. Okay, so we can see that the CRJ is blocking the entrance to the runway. It is not further towards the main platform area. That means that by standing there, all traffic now has to go to the runway threshold as this EasyJet is doing, because they cannot enter because there's a CRJ in the way. Not sure if this is also going to have consequences for traffic diverting to the center runway for takeoff. That would be a bummer, particularly if that happened to Delta 179. Let's have a look. Where is that airplane? Oh no, it's already coming this way. You have already cleared the southern threshold of center. Great. Hey there, Ronnie, good morning. Checking in from Barcelona. Awesome, man. Welcome to the show. Going to London Luton is this EasyJet A319. 13 years old, first flight July 2010. So we've got an eventful morning going on thus far. Got an aborted takeoff, rejected takeoff. Well, I think it is I think aborted is more appropriate. Wasn't really initiated. SAS CRJ standing right to me with its butt towards us. And also Yunus going back to Portland, Oregon on Delta Airlines flight 179, sitting on the left-hand side of the airplane in the front. 3 windows at his disposal, of course. Flying business. And he's coming our way. Now, got another SAS CRJ making its way over to the runway threshold. Also have a Delta A330. Alright, SAS flight 556 CRJ900. Going to Stockholm, if all is well. CRJ900 long range, 6 years old, first flight August 2017. So is my chat not synchronous with your chat? I'm seeing all kinds of Chinese characters. Seems that we have a spammer on our hands. Delta Airlines A33300 going to Atlanta, Georgia. Flight 73. The airplane is 16 years old. First flight was in November 2006. Right, now the CRJ to Copenhagen has returned. It is now on the runway threshold. In the meantime, Georgios, good morning. And Big Al, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, and cheers for sending me the Viagra for the windsock. Alrighty then. Now, Second try to take off. SAS flight 552 going to Copenhagen. This airplane is 12 years old. First flight was in December 2010. In the meantime, Delta 179 has arrived with Yunus in front. So you're in the part under the Delta logo, but on the left hand side, right? We'll find out soon enough. Alright, Yunus confirming. We have to keep the camera on the front part below the Delta logo. He will be sitting on the left hand side. Have a safe trip back home, buddy. Looking forward to the next time you'll be here. Now, unfortunately today is a day flight, so no Aurora pictures today. No time to linger. Embraer 190, KLM flight 1049 going to Bristol. 11-year-old airplane. First flight January 2012. Right, here we go. Going back to Portland, Oregon, Delta Airlines flight 179. Containing Yunus in the front on the left hand side under the Delta logo. So I will keep the camera fully zoomed in on that part of the airplane. This airplane is 16 years old, first flight October 2006. Mate, did you have 3 torches on there? That is totally awesome. Well, unless my eyes were deceiving me, I saw a triple torch there. Yunus going all in. Effing awesome, man. Effing awesome. Made my day. Terrific. Godspeed, man. Safe trip. Next up, going to Philadelphia. American Airlines flight 203, Boeing 7878 Dreamliner. 8 years old, first flight July 2015. Alright, other people also saw it. Triple torch there by Yunus. Man, I still have a smile on my face. Beautiful. That was next level. Oi, Alvin. You fair dinkum legend. What's this? Shiba dog raises and lowers his index finger to get noticed. Thanks, man. Thank you so much. Another Delta A330. Delta Airlines Flight 161 going to Minneapolis in Minnesota. This too 16 years old, first flight March 2007. And Zulfikar. Good afternoon, mate. Checking in from Pakistan. Welcome to the show. Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody is having fun. That's the most important thing. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan. We're standing at the beginning of the runway where the traffic is taxiing and taking off from. Now, earlier we had 2 runways in use for departures, including center. Let me have a quick look. I think, oh well, seems that this is still the case. Do get the feeling that the majority of traffic is coming to this runway. Or at least it was until now. This is a British Airways A320 that is going to London Gatwick. And it looks like an A330 coming our way, followed by an Embraer 175. All right, Phil also reporting great sound. That is good to hear. Right, British Airways flight 2825 going to London Gatwick, Airbus A320, 20 years old, first flight November 2002. Let's go. As you guys can see, this is still clear but a bit hazy. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the south. And this is looking to the west. If you look in the sky, you can see some Contro remnants here and there. There is an airplane flying west to east, south of me in the distance. Just vaguely visible. Now typically when airplanes fly to the United States from Frankfurt, they do come over from this direction. So if something interesting is coming our way, let us know. The Embraer 175 to Düsseldorf is making a rolling start, turn and burn. Skipping the line, so that it doesn't have to wait for the wake turbulence of the A330 to dissipate before getting clearance. It is KLM flight 1855 by the way, and this airplane 6 years old, first flight May 2017. Liwe has to leave. Thanks for joining, Liwe. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you soon. Jean-Yves, salut mon ami. Comment ça va? Good to see you again. If you just tuned in, you missed the triple torch of Yunus. It was quite a spectacular sight to see. On his way back to Portland, Oregon. He lit not one, not two, but 3 torches in the front of the Delta A330 to Portland, Oregon. Next up is this A330-200 going to Kigali, KLM flight 535. The airplane is 16 years old and might get loud. Always very slow to retract the landing gear. No. Awesome. Dan says, I'm pilot flying on Delta Flight 49 Amsterdam to JFK on the A330neo. Well, if you guys can give us a wave, that would be terrific. Expecting to take off around 12:20 to 12:30. I will still be around then, so that is definitely a deal, buddy. Nice. And good morning to Jock. Alright, let's see. Got a Ryanair 737 MAX 8 on its way to Dublin. It seems that they are almost all going to the runway threshold today. Only a handful so far have taken the exit, or the entrance I should say, that we are standing in line with. Also having a look to see what other traffic is coming. Seems that we are in a little bit of a lull. Interesting. Do have a couple of Dreamliners from United active on the platform. Seems that the one to Chicago has been pushed back and is coming over here. Hey there, Kevin H. Good morning. Alright, Juno's back in the air, literally and figuratively. Happy to see you on your way. That was definitely a next level move, shining 3 torches. And do hit me up whenever you are back in the Netherlands, buddy. Looking forward to it. This was Ryanair going to Dublin, flight 421, a MAX 8, 2 years old, first flight June 2021. And then all of a sudden it got a little quiet. Now that doesn't mean that no traffic is coming anymore, but it means we will have to wait a little bit. We have United Airlines flight 908 on the move. It is a Dreamliner going to Chicago. I'm also seeing a KLM A330 to Sint Maarten. Now, is center still open? The answer is no, it isn't. Which not only means that all outbound traffic is coming to this runway, it also means that they can cross the runway instead of having to go around the threshold, which shortens the taxi time. Let me quickly update the entire METAR ticker while we are at it. So runway usage, departures, center we can skip. Let's have a look at the weather. It was kind of okay earlier. I'm not expecting any drastic changes. So that Dreamliner to Chicago is already getting closer by. In the meantime, the wind is blowing from 160 degrees with 3 knots. So that is a little bit of tailwind actually. 19 degrees Celsius. Not much to write home about. Just updated the ticker for you guys. You can already see the Dreamliner from United coming this way. And Tim Murray says, Goedemorgen, I'm a pilot for the 787 and the 777 from KLM. We'll be flying to YYZ later. Nice. What time will you be departing? So in the ticker now you can see the latest weather update, the METAR, from 8:55 Zulu time. So that is 10:55 Central European time. That is 25 minutes ago. 16003 KT means that the wind is blowing with 3 knots from 160 degrees, and 080 V200 means that the wind direction is variable between 80 knots and 200 degrees. Sorry, not knots. CAV okay, ceiling and visibility are okay. It's 19 degrees Celsius, so that is high 60s Fahrenheit. The dew point is 15 degrees. And the air pressure, the QNH, is 1028 hectopascals. So high pressure is building. No significant changes in the weather in the upcoming 2 hours. That is the weather. Under the influence of high pressure. Still a bit hazy today, but it is promising to get better and also a bit warmer later in the week. Our next airplane coming is United Airlines flight 908. It is a Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner going to Chicago O'Hare. And that is a 11-year-old airplane. Had its first flight in August 2012. See several airplanes on the move. A330 to Sint Maarten is also coming this way. Alright, Tim Murray says we've been delayed till 1:45. In that case, I'm not sure if I'm still going to be around, but we'll see. The Science Owns Imposters asks, Airline Lauda is from Niki Lauda? Absolutely, it is from Niki Lauda. And good morning, Vinny TV Adventures. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. So for some reason I'm seeing a Air Baltic airplane on flight radar outside of the airport area in the grass going to Tallinn. That's probably a false positive. Salut Camille, comment ça va? I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Good to see you again. Happy to hear that Vinny is also doing alright. The next batch of big birds is coming. United Airlines flight 21 to Houston also looks to be pushed back or is getting pushed back. And that is the airplane a lot of us at some point in our lives would like to be on, going to Sint Maarten. If not for the holiday destination, then at least for the plane spotting you can do over there. The alert is informing us that the A340 is delayed. Is expected to depart around 11:50. Now luckily we will have enough entertainment in the meantime. For some reason this is number 9 worldwide most tracked, but I think it is just quiet on flight radar. It is being tracked by 200 people. United Airlines flight 908, Boeing 787-8, going to Chicago O'Hare. This airplane is 11 years old and her first flight was in the year 2012 in August. Alvin says, love to get my face rearranged by some jet blast in Sint Maarten. Man, it can be brutal there. If it's not the jet blast itself, then it is the sand that basically strips all the meat off your bones. That is getting blown in your face. Now for us Europeans, there's also the island of Skiathos in Greece as a nearer by alternative. where you can also get your face rearranged. Oh, it's a very efficient exfoliating regime, I can tell you that. If you want to lose some weight, that's the trick. If you're not too critical about the type of mass you're losing. And indeed, Camille, the ducks are in the pilot's mast. There is nearly no activity over here. We have seen one coot earlier, but that is it. It really has been disappointing here today in that respect. Again, a visualization of the lack of wind. The smoke rising vertically. Now that is something you don't see every day. It usually is already moving whenever there's just the slightest of breeze. Right, KLM flight 787, which of course is not a Boeing 787, but an Airbus A330 going to Sint Maarten. The airplane 10 years old, first flight January 2013. Now I do see that a lot more activity is going on the parking place of the Spottersplatz itself. Seems that the French fries vehicle has arrived on the scene as well. So this is the official Spottersplatz that is also indicated on Google Maps. The parking place, you have some Dixies in the corner for when nature calls, and on weekend days, sunny days, they typically have a French fry vehicle vending place and often also an ice cream van. Now on the front side there is a fence, you can see people standing there. You can also vacate, leave the parking place and turn right, head out to the roundabout, and left of the roundabout there is a cycling path which you can see well illuminated. You can see all the lanterns where yesterday Russell Crowe and his bros were hanging out watching me. You can also see that a lot of people are already over there. That's always the case during weekends. Whenever the sun is out, if it's nice weather, you'll see a lot of people over there, sometimes even families with entire picnic baskets, making it a nice day out for the family. Got an airplane coming our way. The bird controller is all the way over there, hiding in the corner. It's not a good day for headshots. They're almost all going to the threshold today. United Flight 21 to Houston in the background coming this way. Hey there Navy Jack, good morning. Bono, goedemorgen. Right, so GetJet Airlines flying for TUI. The 737-800 is going to Gran Canaria, the Canary Islands. That's roughly 4 hours of flight time, I think. The 737 is 19 years old. First flight was in May 2004. In the meantime, we're hearing the approach of a big bird. United Airlines Flight 21 going to Houston, Texas. A 777-200 ER. A 200 This airplane is 16 years old. First flight was in March 2007. Now I'm thinking that the latest iteration of the United livery has more gold in the globe on the tail and not the different shades of blue, right? Or is this the latest iteration? I'm assuming that this airplane, since it is a bit older, also has the older livery still on it. Blue is the newest, Nicholas says. Okay. So I have to update the emoji in the assortment then. Change it to blue. Okay. Hey Jons, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Wilma, goedemorgen. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome. AMS Live, my name is Boy. This is United Flight 21, taking off. Hey Hans-Joachim, morgen. Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Wie geht es? Tim, goedemorgen. Brambaas, goedemorgen. Hope everybody is doing alright over here. Despite the haziness or the milkiness of the sky, it is nice and warm. No wind at all. Windstock still in need of some Viagra. Air Europa making its way over to the runway threshold. Now most days they fly from Madrid to Amsterdam and back on with a Dreamliner. Today it is a 737. Air Europa flight 1098. Right, this 737-800 is 14 years old. First flight was in June 2009. Hey Nart. Was chilling in Lurker's Lounge. Austrian Wolf asks what kind of camera I use. I use a Canon XA40 camcorder. If you want to know the rest of the gear I'm using, the most important bits, head over to the About section of my YouTube channel page and I've listed the mics, the camera and the tripod. Again, a bit quiet. It is interesting to see that Schiphol boasts to be one of the busiest airports in the world, but also there are frequent moments such as these where you have to wait, and mind you, this is the only runway for outbound traffic, so everything has to come this way. Now, it does look like a TUI 767 has been pushed back. Several other airplanes are also looking to be on the move quickly. Let's have a look at the runway usage. Yeah, it still says that Polderbaan is the only runway for departures. Interesting. Got a Delta A330 to Boston on the move. I see a Delta A330 to New York JFK. That also seems to be moving. Triple 7 from Emirates to Dubai. Flight 146 also active on the platform. Now the TUI 767 seems to have gone. Interesting. Alright, well in that case let's have a look at some of the arrivals on Kagbaan. That was a 777. Arriving from Curaçao, from Willemstad. Hey, what is that? Oh, that's the 737 to Madrid. Has made a 180. And is now flying to the south again. So the airplane we just saw taking off. Got the bird control vehicle coming this way. And the next landing airplane should be an Embraer 190 arriving from Aberdeen. Going to runway 06. Right, so center has also been reopened for departures, it seems like. Now seeing something take off. Now, that TUI 767 looks like it is on the taxiway to center. And again, this is the Embraer 190 arriving from Aberdeen. Touching down behind that farm or villa or whatever it is. Quite a big house. And I had exactly that in mind, Tim. Bird controller is also seizing the moment, I think, to do a runway inspection. Right, now Tim's dad is taking off from runway center, TUI B763 to Lanzarote. Flight 1585, a 23-year-old lady that has had its first flight in February of the year 2000. Now it will be interesting to see what is going to happen tomorrow and the next week, because tomorrow it is the 4th, if I'm not mistaken, and from the 4th, and it is scheduled to be until the 12th, yearly maintenance will take place on Kaagbaan, runway 0624, i.e. the runway now being used for landings, or at least one of the two. So, not sure what that will mean for traffic and runway usage. Could be an interesting week, could also be a very boring week. Anyway, Tim's dad on his way to Lanzarote. And there are a couple of airplanes now coming this way, all having to go around the center runway. A couple of heavies to the United States. Now, despite the milkiness in the sky, in the upper atmospheres, visibility is still quite good, as you guys can see. You can follow the 767 as it made a 180 and is flying to the south. If you're wondering where it is in the sky right now. So flying back towards the main platform area, and holy moly, would you look at that. It is a grebe. And I saw a second one just now, but I think it has dived under. And there is a second one. Bloop, going under. Now they can swim quite substantial distances underwater, so you always have to zoom out to see where it's going to re-emerge. Ah, there we go. Beautiful color on the back of its head. The water otherwise free of ripples. They're also quite fast swimmers. Right, in the meantime, another departure from center. That is a 737. Let me go back to manual focus and focus on infinity. Also, the next airplane coming our way has arrived. We'll see the bird controller in the foreground. Yeah, photobomb the moment. Now that 777 to Dubai, unfortunately also on the taxiway to center. Bit of a pity. Sir Boy Attenborough's wildlife movie. Indeed, Frank. And what's up with all the airplanes going to the runway threshold today? Does it have to do with the weather or what? It's typical to see them almost all go to the threshold today. Do I like dill pickles? Evan asks. Why do you ask, mate? I do like dill pickles, particularly if I have a hamburger. If I make a hamburger, there always have to be dill pickles on it. Right, British Airways, flight 431, going to London Heathrow, A320, 20 years old, first flight made 2003. Turn and burn? Yeah, looks like it. Meanwhile, 2 Delta A330s are coming, and there's a 777 from Emirates going to Dubai. That is on. Hey, there's a spider, which I've just blown away. It was spinning a line between the camera, the monitor, the LCD screen on my camera, and it was making a line, a thread to the dead cat of the microphone that you sometimes see in the front. Now you don't. Apparently at some angle it stays out of the picture. Oh wait, I'm fully zoomed in. I'm reasonably zoomed in, that's the reason. Right, Emirates flight 146 going to Dubai. Just took off from center. Unfortunately. Looks like an old standard livery. Meanwhile, 2 A330s from Delta. One already near the threshold, the other one getting there. Alright, now this would be Delta Airlines flight 259 A330-300 going to Boston, Massachusetts, 8 years old, first flight January 2015. Nice and noisy, the way I like it. And Evan takes a bit of dill pickle before having a shot of Absolute vodka. Interesting combination. I do know about when taking a shot of tequila you should have a slice of lemon and also some salt, but or at least supposedly, but how's the combination of dill pickle and vodka working out for you, Evan? Is it a good combination? Do you recommend it? Sven, goedemorgen, good morning. And you're welcome, Tim. Man, those machines are loud. And Mila says, love the mid-air shots as well. Emirates looked awesome. Thank you for letting me know. Glad you like that as well. I always think it is too small when looked from afar, but when looking back, those shots, really, you do see quite a lot of detail still. Have to remember that it looks better on a bigger screen than it does on my 3-inch camera screen. Looking up, I see haziness. I'm not seeing any contrails at the moment. Too bad. I really wish I could have shown you a nice quad engine contrail or something. I'm not sure if it is getting more milky over here as the morning progresses or less. This is looking to the south. This is now looking to the west. Get the impression it is getting a bit more milky. This is looking to the east. Again, looking to the north, where that airplane is still climbing. Can I still show you? Where is it? First I have to find it. Oh wait, there. Delta Airlines flight 47 to New York JFK. It seems like they have some cooling issues with the landing gear. It is also still flying a bit lower than normal would have been the case. It is climbing, but only barely. Gear seems to have retracted, so that seems to be okay. It is on a different path than I think would normally be the case, or would it? Don't know. Let's see, where is it? No, that is still the normal course. No, it was just having some heating issues with the gear. I think I'm hearing a turboprop overhead somewhere, but not seeing it. Of course, it doesn't produce a contrail unless it is really high, but then I wouldn't be able to hear it. Hey, Yorkshire Biker, good morning, my friend. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Mate, you missed a triple torch and a CRJ from SAS that aborted initially, but on second instance did take off to Copenhagen successfully. But the triple torch was next level. Yunus, who came to visit me in person yesterday, flying back to Portland in business, and 3 windows he had illuminated with a torch. Meanwhile, Singapore Airlines Airbus A350-900 to Singapore, taking off from center. Transavia 737-700 taking off to Riga. This would be Transavia flight 5163. 20 years old, first flight April 2003. In the meantime, I'm getting a message of a PayPal donation by Evan. Thank you so much for that, Evan. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Now, Surinam Airways Airbus A340 to Paramaribo. It is on the move. The question is, where is it going to take off from? And good morning, Blocky Games, Rosa, OFC Hein, Coter Jeremy. Coter Jeremy says Delta are going back to land on Schiphol. Is that the A330 that was supposed to go to New York JFK? That is interesting. It is on a strange course, but it is climbing now and at 9,200 feet. Alright, interesting. Now the A340 from Surinam Airways is on the taxi path to go around the threshold of center, so that is good news. Embraer 175 to Bergen is also coming our way. Next departure on center will be a 737-800 that is going to Vienna. There are also some arrivals. To the Kaagbaan. Last day, as of tomorrow, no traffic to or from the Kaagbaan due to maintenance, at least from the 4th until the 12th. But time will tell if it gets delayed or not. The weather is probably going to facilitate the maintenance being done in time, but you never know. Well, that delta to New York JFK is still continuing to climb. Doesn't look like it is returning. And it is following the delta to Boston. So apparently today the North Atlantic tracks are southerly, more than normal. Still all quiet over here. In the water it is still very much quiet. Do hear some birds in the background. They don't seem to be in the grass or something. I think it is getting a bit more busy over at the Spottersplaats, the parking lot. A lot of people have gathered over there. Also several people are on the cycling path. It does seem that the wind is picking up a little bit. Not too much, but just a little bit. The smoke is no longer rising purely vertically. Right, in the meantime, on the threshold of center is an A300-600 going to Leipzig, DHL Banana. We'll have to wait until the Surinam Airlines A340 is over here. There is an Embraer 175 coming over, but that is also still not here. So let's film the departure of the A300 first. DHL A300 going to Leipzig. It is an A300-600, 28 years old. First flight of this airplane was in September 1994. So yeah, I started at high school then, I think. 1994 until 2000. So this airplane has been around for a while. Now next up, ooh, that is interesting. You can see the, can you see it? The shadow of a contrail. And that contrail is being formed by an airplane that I can show you. Well, never mind, it is too misty. I see the contrail, but I'm not seeing the airplane itself. Always difficult when it is bright out here. Going to Bergen, Embraer 175 KLM flight 1187. So the next airplane that should become visible in the distance is the A340 from Surinam Airways. There it is already. Coming our way. Followed by an E2 Embraer 195 from KLM going to Dublin. And Austrian Wolf says, I missed a T in support in the ticker. Okay. That is interesting. Oh yeah, the T has been deleted. That is stupid. Thank you for letting me know. It has been adjusted. Now in the meantime, 2 airplanes coming this way. And Alvin, please stop it, man. Really uncalled for. A banana super sticker. Thanks, man. Good evening, Owen, who is checking in from Sydney. More people from down under. And Derek says that what I was seeing was a Dreamliner from Frankfurt to Chicago. Now what we also see in the background is Finnair in a special livery. It's going to Helsinki. So I'm very much afraid that it is not going to the Polderbaan at the moment. Let me double check on what taxiway it is. Oh, interesting. It does seem that the A350 is on the right taxiway, not the left one. The left feeds the center runway and the right one is going around the center runway. So if that is correct, it means that we are going to see the Finnair A350 in the Marimekko Kivet special livery. That is a nice bonus. The A340 and the Finnair A350 in a minute. Now the A340 we already saw yesterday as well. It has nice accents such as the Suriname flag on the winglets. If you have a close look, you can see that the Suriname flag is painted on the outside of the winglet. I'm also seeing that the United Airlines 767-400 to Washington is also following the A350. Meanwhile, we get a headshot opportunity. E2 Embraer 195, it has the lights on already. It is going to precede the SLM A340. This is KLM flight 935, it is an E2 Embraer 195 going to Dublin, Ireland. The airplane is 1 year old. Spider had returned, now on the corner of my phone. Had nice yellow accents, but I blew it away. Now let's quickly turn around the camera because the A340 is already waiting to go. Won't be long. With its tiny engines, the slowest climber in the game. The question is, which is faster, the climb rate or the gear retracting on the airplane? Going to Paramaribo. This airplane is 15 years old. First flight was in April 2008. Alright, rotating. And airborne. Hooray! $200 feet. 300 feet. Hey there Nathan, good to see you, hope all is well. And Peter says you will be the new action hero Spider Boy. Well, hopefully I was soon enough in time to prevent it from biting me. And if it did already bite me, then it was really painless. Right, so Surinam, and you can still see the smoke behind it. They are also smoky engines. In the meantime, the Embraer 175 to Poznan is spooling up, taking off. KLM flat 1273. Embraer 175, that is 5 years old, had its first flight in October 2017. Now, won't be long until we see the Finnair A350 appear. We've got an Embraer 190 to Oslo over here. But there it is already, Finnair A350. I think it was Delta 47 Alvin. And I will I will run if I see a black widow, Paul. Not sure if I can recognize them though, but if it doesn't look good, I will flee. Maybe it was, no, it was it 47? Not sure. The next airplane to take off is this Embraer 190 going to Oslo, KLM flight 1145. She's 11 years old, first flight January 2012. Now that is a pretty airplane. It is a bit minimalistic. Not a very extravagant special livery, but I do like it. Helps that the airplane itself is already quite sleek. Right, this is Finnair in the Marimekko Kivet livery. Going back to Helsinki, Finland, an A350-900. Finnair flight 1302. The airplane is 6 years old. First flight was in August 2017. Alright, next up, United Airlines flight 947. It is the 767-400. Going to Washington, 400 ER, 21 years old, first flight February 2002. Hey Afrodite, goedemiddag. good to see you. Uh-oh. Oh yeah. Okay. Had me scared there for a moment. Seemed like they were a bit hesitant to fully throttle up. Got number 192 Edinburgh that is waiting to go. So of course the wake turbulence thing that has to dissipate a little bit, but won't be too long. Alvin is informing us that Delta Airlines Flight 49 is coming. Is that the one to JFK? Yeah. It was also a Neo, so yeah. Let's have a look and see if the pilot is going to give us a wave. We'll keep the camera zoomed in on the cockpit then. Alright, spooling up KLM flight 1281 going to Edinburgh. 13-year-old airplane, first flight March 2010. Alright, let's have a look. Coming our way, Delta Airlines Flight 49. Outbound New York JFK. A330 Neo. Departures from center. Embraer 190 to Geneva. It's interesting how it is still very much quiet in the water. Got a few small birds in the grass over here. Go back to autofocus for that. In the water all is still very much quiet, although I do see some activity near the bridge. Good. Okay, so they are here after all. Not seeing any other activity in the water otherwise. There's an Embraer 175 following this A330neo, and it looks like there is a Dreamliner behind it to PUJ. Where is that? PUJ. Punta Cana. Bird control vehicle in the background. Also nice to see the contrast. Triple 7 to Curaçao. Looks like it is also on the taxiway to this runway. And on it is saying CV prop going to sea. I'm assuming you mean the Cargolux 747 then to Luxembourg. Now, is that little Embraer going to skip the line, or is it following suit? And oh, it's slowing down. It is making it exciting for us. Will it make a right-hand turn or will it not? LL in the meantime to Tel Aviv, taking off in the distance in the background. Well, in the meantime, the A330 is going to the runway threshold, so it's not going to skip the line, that is for sure. The question is, will it be continuing to the threshold or will it take off? From over here. Delta Airlines Flight 49. A330neo to New York JFK, brand new, first flight was in February this year. Let's see if we get a wave from the captain. Well guys, I couldn't see it. Did you guys see something? We did get a wave? Okay, cool. I did not see it, but I'm looking on a 3-inch screen with a lot of... Well, I granted I was also waving back, just to incite them to wave back to me. But we did get a wave, nice. The wave from the jump seat, okay. The second officer. And Aphrodite, yes, Frank is right, there is a cemetery. I think it should be behind the trees over here. I think it's a Jewish cemetery. Look it up on Google Maps, it is true. Right, Embraer 175 going to Gothenburg, KLM flight 1157, 5-year-old airplane, first flight November 2017. After that, a Dreamliner from TUI going to Punta Cana. Right. Lining up on center is an A319 from Croatia Airlines going to Zagreb, and behind it is a 747 from Cargolux going to Luxembourg, which I hope I can follow and will not coincide with the departure of the Dreamliner from TUI. Okay, we are in luck. Looks like the Cargolux will be number 2 now. So alright, going to Punta Cana. TUI flight 703, 7878 Dreamliner. Belgian registered, 9 years old, first flight November 2013. Right. We're doing a little bit of scrolling on flight radar. I see that there is still a 737 in front. Oh, that is now taking off. Okay. Okay, timing is great. There's an airplane taking off from center right now, and the one after it is going to be a 747. In the meantime, we are seeing a 777 that is going to Curaçao, coming our way. We'll keep the camera on the center runway for now. Cargolux flight 2616, operated by Cargolux Italia, will be taking off next. Going to Luxembourg, short flight, will probably climb steeply and will be airborne relatively soon, I think. Maybe more to the right then. 19-year-old 747-400 freighter that we are going to see. First flight of the 747 is going to be in April 2004. Was in April 2004. Right, 747 is on the move. Can hear it. There it is. In the meantime, scrolling back with flight radar to the threshold of the Polderbaan, so that I can click on the information of the airplane taking off here shortly. Up next, KLM flight 733, going to Willemstad, Curaçao. It is a 777-200ER, 19 years old, first flight September 2003. Right, now let's have a look. There's another airplane coming our way. It is an Embraer 175 going to Stavanger. Still dual runway usage for departures and one runway in use for arrivals. It's a pity because I was hoping that we could see the Cathay Pacific A350-1000 2 days back to back up close. Unfortunately, that is not looking to be the case today. Hey John, good evening. Tuning in from Melbourne, where the meteorological spring has begun. Hooray! Let me update the ticker in terms of runway usage. 36 left and 36 center now being used for departures, and arrivals are only on 06 at the moment. We can also have a look at the weather. Will not have changed dramatically. Probably just the temperature a bit higher. Still KVK and no SIG. Juan, good morning mate. Checking in from Colorado. So that is Central Time. 7 hours time difference then. Still early. What is it? 6:44 a.m. over there? Or 5:44 perhaps even. Now, big birds are coming, but not all of them are coming this way. First airplane to take off from center is going to be the A350-1000 from Cathay Pacific to Hong Kong. And I can also see that the A332 Mumbai has also joined on that same taxiway. Dreamliner to Chicago is coming our way, and also an A330 to Seattle. 4:45 a.m. still, One. What are you doing up so early? Or are you night owling and are you still up? Austrian Wolf has to go. Thank you so much for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate, and hope to see you again soon. Right, so we are going to have to make do with what we can see, and that is the A350 from a distance. It's near the threshold of center. We'll be taking off in a few moments. And good morning to Doug as well, who is also up early, mountain time. Colorado is mountain time, and he is checking in from Kentucky. That is both on Eastern and Central time. So it's an hour or 2 hours later in Kentucky already, depending on where in the state you are. You guys are still early birds in my book, both of you. Now granted, Over here the alarm also went at 7 AM, but that's still a bit later than it is where you guys are at right now. Right, so we'll see in a minute, and let me point the camera in the right direction a bit already. Cathay Pacific flight 270 going to Hong Kong. It is an A350 1000. 4 years old, first flight November 2018. Meanwhile, good morning to Husky1 as well, who says fantastic channel here. Cheers from sunny and warm Montreal Airport. I was trying to mix up the English pronunciation and the French, Montreal and Montreal. Sunny and warm already. Well, today marks the beginning of a week of Indian summer weather over here in the Netherlands as well. Now, paradoxically, I did already put on my vest again because I was standing in my t-shirt all the time and did not put on any sunscreen, so that was just to protect my arms from burning. As of tomorrow, temperatures are going to increase, not just here in the UK as well. Mid to high 20s Celsius, so 80s. 70s to 80s, perhaps even going to the 90-degree Fahrenheit. Big Bird taking off from center, but there's also a couple of Big Birds coming our way. And one just got done with work, came home straight to watch. Well, sit back and relax, my man. This is going to be nice. We are expecting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 heavies. We've got the Play A320neo in the meantime in between. And in the middle of the first batch of 3 is an Embraer 175. So we've got a nice mix of narrow bodies and heavies. The pipeline visualized. The pack is being led by KLM Flight 611, which is a Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner destination Chicago O'Hare. Behind it is a small little Embraer 175 that will probably skip ahead and take off as number 1. Destination Newcastle in the United Kingdom. The third airplane that you guys can see already on the right hand side of the screen is Delta Airlines Flight 143. We'll be going to Seattle in Washington State. And Husky says it is all week 31C over there. That is nice. Maybe a tad too warm, even. As long as it doesn't stir up any more forest fires. Saw some footage of a body cam of a police officer, I think in Washington State, trying to vacate people driving in his patrol car through the flames. That was some scary shit. Absolutely take my hat off for those people who do such work under such conditions. In the meantime, our pipeline is continuing to flow, and the next airplane becoming visible on the right hand side is KLM flight 635, I think it is. Yeah, going to Las Vegas, Dreamliner 7879. Wilma has to go. Thank you for joining, Wilma. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And good day to Aju Abraham. Now, I already hinted on this happening just now. The Embraer going to Newcastle, skipping ahead. Means we got a nice head-on shot here. KLM flight 959, Embraer 175, destination Newcastle. This airplane is 6 years old, first flight September 2016. In the meantime, you saw the Delta A330, which is going to be number 3. Taxi to the runway threshold. Will we see a turn and burn rolling start? I think we will. I think we are. It is taking its sweet time to take off, but there you go. Positive rate, gear up, gear is retracting, climb rate increasing. Let's turn around the camera. Got our next airplane ready. KLM flight 611, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner going to Chicago O'Hare. 1-year-old airplane, first flight June 2022. Now, what an amazing show it has been so far. We have seen a triple torch by Yunus, who flew back to Portland, Oregon on Delta Airlines in the front of the airplane, saying goodbye to the Netherlands and to us in style. We saw a rejected takeoff of a CRJ900 from SAS that initially aborted, but on second instance did succeed in flying back to Copenhagen. We got a wave from the Coco, the second officer, on a Delta A330 Neo to New York JFK. And we're not done yet. This is Delta Airlines flight 143 going to Seattle, Washington. A330-300, 6 years old, first flight March 2017. Alright, gear is retracting. Yillard is informing us that there are two 747s expected to depart around 1:30, so in just over half an hour from now. Question is always, will they be on time? The planning on the departures itinerary isn't always what actually happens. So I always take the departures and arrivals of 747s with a grain of salt. The only thing I believe is true is when I see them on flight radar arriving and they are already airborne. But it's good to know. Let's see. This is another Dreamliner, not the biggest, but the mid-size KLM flight 635 7879 going to Las Vegas. 5-year-old airplane, first flight March 2018. Let's go. Have a look at the wing flags. You can see them rise as they take off or as they increase speed, and then during the rotation the actual curvature forming. Maybe they should do the best of both worlds. Make flexible wings such as on the Dreamliner mandatory on new airplane types, and also equip them with curved winglets such as on the A350. Alright, members can get their playtime emojis present. It is time for the daily flight from play back to Reykjavik. Flight 461 A321neo. This airplane is brand new, and this time around it is actually relatively brand new. First flight of this airplane was in May this year. Hey Han, goedemiddag. Also there. If I missed you saying hi earlier, apologies for that. Now I'm seeing that that stupid spider I chased away a couple of times is in the furry of my DJI microphone. Stupid animal. Right, playtime for you as well, buddy. Alright, I think I've blown it into the grass. Let me reattach the transmitter. Should be good again. Alrighty. Mol, goedemiddag. This is KLM flight 677. It is a Boeing 7879 Dreamliner going to YYC or Calgary. Berend, goedemiddag. This airplane is 5 years old. Its first flight was in August 2018. And it is spooling up. And Ajul, this is public space where I am standing at, not airport terrain. Peter K has to go walk the dog. Enjoy your walk and see you soon, mate. WD Computer, goedemiddag, good afternoon. So Aju, this is public space. There is this body of water separating the airport terrain from where I am standing. The official Spottersplatz is over there with many more people. There's a cycling path behind it. There you can also walk and watch airplanes. This is all public terrain. Got a few people that are also standing here watching. And in the meantime, Delta Airlines flight 163 going to Minneapolis, Minnesota, A330-300. This airplane is 16 years old and its first flight was in August of the year 2007. I agree, Alvin. The MVPs have been the Delta A330s. Now, a little Embraer 175 waiting for clearance until after the wake turbulence has dissipated. Let's have a look. Ah, the Red Devil says, hey, watching from the UK, that A340 Surinam Airways has just flew over me. Nice. Interesting to see that Surinam Airways is flying over the UK, and it looked like the Deltas to Boston and JFK were moving to the south as if they were going south of the UK. You'd think it would be the other way around. Anyway, I'm running low on caffeine, so never mind what I am saying. Let's have a look what's in the pipeline. Got an Air Baltic A220 coming this way. Embraer 190. 777-200 to Rio de Janeiro is coming our way. Nice. So the big birds are still coming this way. First flight of the day was a special livery from Air Baltic. Was it the Latvian? No, it was the... I always have to think of the Rasta colors when I see it. The one in the red and white. It wasn't, also not the blue and white and black. It is, however, a standard livery. Together with the E2 Embraer 195s, the quietest airplanes, I think, these days. You hardly hear them. when spooling up. First you think, are they taxiing? But they aren't. They are actually taking off. Full thrust. The 777 to Rio de Janeiro on its way. And also a German Airways flying for KLM going to Aalborg. That all in a minute. First Air Baltic A220 300 going to Riga. Hey Jolanda, goedemiddag. Good to see you. Hope all is well. John H says Air China Cargo Queen roll. You mean it is on the move? Let's have a look. Oh yeah, I can see it. Nice. It has been pushed back. So one of the two queens expected to depart around 1:30 has already been pushed back. We'll be going to China, to Shanghai. Now, these Chinese carriers are still allowed to fly over Russian airspace, so I think it might take off from the Polderbaan. That's not a good reason because both are in the same direction now that I'm thinking of it. They often have been going from Polderbaan whenever there was also a different runway open, so fingers crossed that they are going to keep the track record in place. Alright, German Airways on its way to Aalborg, Embraer 190, flying for KLM SKL flight 1333. No chocolate livery, but the same age, 15 years. First flight January 2008. And the Big Bird just took off from center. Dreamliner 10 going to Nairobi. Meanwhile, over here we are also going to get our share of Big Birdiness. Hey Michael, good afternoon, good morning I should say. Good to see you again, hope all is well. Hope your recovery is also going well, mate. This is KLM flight 705 going to Rio de Janeiro. 777-200 ER, 19 years old, first flight March 2004. And Yillard is giving us good tidings. Atlas Air 747 also ready for departure and expected to depart from Polderbaan. What's its destination? It's going to Miami. And Cristiano Ronaldo is also back. So we have Michael Jackson and Cristiano Ronaldo in the chat. Now, Still waiting for the rest of the famous people. Hey there, Brian. And Colin Mack back in the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you so much for your support there, mate. I thought you were in the lounge already, but good to have you back, mate. Hope all is well. And Barb's, good afternoon. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Now let me quickly go back to the camera. We have a little teeny tiny Embraer 190 that has made its way over to the runway threshold, going to Billund. KLM flight 1345. The airplane 9 years old, first flight February 2014. Spooling up. Hey Tristan, goedemiddag. Can't wait for that LCD hood to arrive that I ordered earlier in the week, that I can put around the LCD screen of my camera. Now I have direct incoming sunlight from the sun that is standing behind me when pointing the camera to the north. Won't do much for reflections, but I hope it will improve visibility under conditions such as these. It was a at least 5 days expected delivery delay before they could send it. It wasn't in stock immediately. They had to back order it or something. Now, let's have a look what is going on. Air China 747 is on the move. And a great deal of movement otherwise as well. Hey there, Geraldo. Good morning. Geraldo checking in from Brazil. That is a 6-hour time difference, I think. So that is 7:15 a.m. Let's have a look. Got a Dreamliner 10 to LAX, followed by a 777 to Toronto. Yeah, Toronto YYZ. Air Canada flight 809. Got a Delta A350 on the move. Got a Air China Cargo 747 on the move. And some smaller airplanes as well. JetBlue also on the platform, active. All right. How much longer are they going to keep center open? Right now it is still being used. You'd think that around this time they would probably close it again in favor of the Polderbaan. Good afternoon, the Sparta Rotterdam. Stefan Bjarki checking in from Iceland. Good morning. And Aju asks, any close visual for 747? Not yet, not from over here. We cannot see it just yet because it is obstructed by trees and whatnot. But if it is taking off from this runway, we will get to see it follow the same path as this Dreamliner is doing already. So got a nice couple of big birds coming up. Very much curious to see what the 747 is going to do. Not seeing the Atlas Air yet on the platform. They haven't turned on the transponder yet, it seems like. Michael says 380 on short final. For which runway? Probably, oh right, the other one. Let me see if I can show you the A380. Probably closer by. No, it's still farther out. Where is it? Ah, there it is. Lower than I thought. Landing on 36 right is Emirates flight 147, the daily flight from Dubai to Amsterdam, the A388-800. Number 2 worldwide most tracked, followed by 904 people no less. The airplane departed from Dubai 6 hours and 25 minutes ago, so that is a nominal duration, 6.5 hours approximately. The airplane is 8 years old, first flight March 2015. Fortunately, not the best view from over here. Stupid blue plane in the foreground, photo bombing the moment. Can we see something through here? Yeah, just about. But then I think it is game over. I think by here it is going to be behind the terminal building already. Yeah. Not going to see it from over here. Meanwhile, let's quickly turn around the camera to the Dreamliner that is about to take off. KLM flight 603, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner, destination LAX. Brand new, meaning less than a year old, and this time it is relatively brand new. First flight was in May this year. Alright. Atlas is taxiing, Kuni is saying. That is good news. Or at least it is good news if it is coming to us. I can confirm that Air China Cargo is coming over here. So we are going to see a Queen in a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. That is good news. More heavy hitters are underway, such as this Ford Raptor Ranger in the bird control trim. Comes equipped with flare gun and with sound effect board, and occupant that sometimes needs to pee. Air Canada Flight 809 going to Toronto, Canada. 300 ER. Right, the triple, by the way, 15 years old. Let's have a look. Thanks for the kind words there, Michael. Like to switch it up sometimes, getting close-ups in. Not always easy, but we have zero wind today, so if it isn't possible today, then I don't know when it will be. It's like the bird controller saying, "You shall not pass," as if it was Gandalf in Lord of the Rings. Taking you guys back to memory lane. Delta A350-900. Followed by an Embraer 190. However, keep your eyes out on what will be arriving. Is already visible if you know where to look. What will be entering from the right in the background. And yes, tracker spot, the A380 has touched down a couple of minutes ago. What do you know? That looks like a Boeing 747. I think it is. I'm not seeing the Atlas yet, but oh, that I have to get rid of the filters because it was a diversion, right? Right, now I see it. It is also coming this way. 2 Queens, ladies and gentlemen. That is fantastic news. Delta Airlines flight 75. Now for some reason it says NA as destination over here, but last time I checked, all the A350s of Delta were going to Atlanta. So that would be my guess that that is the destination of this airplane. Atlanta, Georgia. The A350, 5 years old, first flight November 2017. So 2 Queens coming up, the first one already visible, the second one is, I think, so far behind that we are not going to capture them both in the same shot, unless it slows down a little bit. AMS Office of Air China Cargo is a subscriber to the channel, I think. If they were present, can you please send the captain a note that he has to slow down so that we can capture both 747s in the same shot? That would be terrific. Thank you. Alright, going to Manchester in a few moments. This is KLM flight 1075. It is an Embraer 190 that is 13 years old. First flight January 2010. Serge, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. All other viewers who have tuned in just now, welcome. Your timing is impeccable. We're going to see 2 Boeing 747s depart in the next 15 minutes. And if you stick around, you're going to have front seat tickets. Front row seats was what I was looking for. Front row seats. Running a bit low on caffeine here. So disregard most of my mumblings. Here she is, the first queen. And is the second queen visible? I think maybe just about in the background. Yeah, look at that. In the background, Atlas Air in between. They are just too fast, the Air China Cargo, or Atlas is too slow. This is not the shot I was hoping I could make, unfortunately. Right, Air China Cargo. And we've got a Dreamliner to Panama City. And we have a diverted Atlas Air in the background. That was originally going from Poznan to Houston. Which is continuing its way, it seems like. Or at least that's what we're hoping for. First we'll have to see how the takeoff itself will go. Now, got good news, ladies and gentlemen. I see airplanes crossing runway center, shortcutting, so to speak, which means that the runway is closed for departures, i.e. this is the only runway in use for departures right now. Air China Cargo, flight 1040 going to Shanghai. A 747-400, 28 years old, first flight February 1995. Now, thank you so much, Aphrodite, for also a very much appreciated but totally unnecessary gesture, gifting 5 AMS live memberships. So thank you so much for that, and welcome to the new members to the Aurora Sky Lounge. In the meantime, we're hearing the Dreamliner making its way to Panama, spooling up already. KLM flight 757, 787-10 Dreamliner, 3 years old, first flight November 2019. And Jackie being back. If you saw the first queen just now, you have perfect timing. You can still see her smoke. Look at that. She's from an era when smoking was still allowed everywhere. You can tell. Holy moly, that is some nasty exhaust gas trails that you are seeing. Compare that with what you see in the foreground. And you can see how the Dreamliner is so much more clean. Atlas Air also spooling up already, diverted to Amsterdam, on its way from Poznan to Houston. So it diverted to Amsterdam this morning. Now it is continuing its way on its way to Houston. A Boeing 747-400, 24 years old, first flight March 1999. I can still see that first queen smoking in the distance. Maybe you guys can see it as well. It's on the left. They're almost at the same height now. Hope you guys can see that as well. Yeah, you can see it. It's amazing. And Tom, welcome to the show, mate. Checking in from South India. So 2 queens on their way. Smoking along merrily, although the first one definitely a bit more smoky than the last one. Got another big bird coming in and a smaller bird taking off. KLM flight 1051, Embraer 175 going to Bristol. This Embraer 175, 7 years old, first flight July 2016. Got a Boeing 737 up next. Going to London Heathrow, flight 1017. It is a Boeing 737-700. This one 14 years old, first flight March 2009. Got a little queue. Another Embraer and then a triple. Got more on the way. Transavia 737. KLM 737, or is that TUI? I think that's a Global X TUI A320. First up, the 737-700 to London. 14 years old, first flight March 2009. Right, finally, another headshot. Transavia 737 going to PDL. Ponta Delgada. Got a turn and burn. Rolling start going there. Transavia flight 6423 737 800. Ponta Delgada. Where is that? Not sure. My topography is not that detailed, my knowledge. The airplane 14 years old, first flight June 2009. Tiger 74 reminiscing the Concorde. I remember that it once came to Schiphol, and back then we were living next to Iranian refugees, and the Concorde flew over and the neighbor got scared and got out, and poor lady thought that we were under attack or something, because it was flying over our homes quite low and it was making a ruckus you wouldn't believe. So that was very impressive on the air, so to speak. I can fully attest to that. The one time in my life I think I've ever witnessed a live Concorde. Got another line skipper. This is EasyJet flight 27907. It is an A319 going to Split. 13 years old, first flight September 2009. And thank you for clearing that up, fellas, in the chat. PDL, the Azores. Didn't know we even had direct airplane connections to that. I thought if I ever wanted to visit the Azores, I would have to fly through Portugal, transfer there. Paul has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Paul. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate, and see you soon. Hilbert, thanks for the kind words, mate. Glad you're enjoying. Well, we've got a little bit of a queue over here. And indeed a TUI Global X hybrid livery. First up, KLM flight 651 777-200 ER, 18 years old, first flight November 2004, going to Washington Dulles International. Such an impressive growl. I think it's a growl you only hear from the engines on the older 200s. Though I'm not completely sure. Got a frog in my throat. Let me quickly take a sip of water, see if that alleviates things. Alrighty. TUI flown by Global X, going to Zakynthos, an A320, flying on the moniker TUI Flight 237. It's an American registered A320, 15 years old, first flight August 2008. Indeed, Jin, the coot in my throat. Absolutely. And we've got an Austrian A320 also queuing up behind the rest. And more coming in the background, as you guys can see. Sound of a big machine behind me. That would be an A330 that just lined up. KLM flight 445 going to Kuwait City, Airbus A330-200. 17 years old, first flight October 2005. Well, for the first time I'm starting to feel a little breeze over here. Maybe you pick it up on the microphone as well. Wind is picking up a little bit. It does look like the wind is blowing from the northerly direction. Is that, can I confirm that looking at the... Yeah, the smoke is, if anything, coming towards us. Still the grebe over there, swimming back and forth. I think the two grebes and the two coots on the other side at the bridge were the only birds we have seen here today so far. This would be Transavia flight 6411 going to Naples in Italia. 21 years old, first flight April 2002. absolutely honored. They are camera shy, most of the birds over here. I'm surprised that the grebes allow themselves to be filmed that easily today. If there is one species that I have found to be particularly camera shy, it is the grebes. Finland flight 791, 777-300 ER. I'm going to Sao Paulo. 2-year-old airplane, first flight December 2020. Right, so we've got an Austrian airplane on the glide slope, the threshold. We also have one airplane pointing towards me. And a big bird also coming over here. Austrian is set to depart first, probably. Austrian flight 380 going back to Vienna. It is an A320-200, 25 years old, first flight March 1998. Situation over here. Airplanes abound. Another 737 from the threshold to take off first. It seems like the 737 waiting here has to wait a bit longer, it seems like. Okay, then flight 1039, 737-800 going to Malaga. Now it is approaching. Another 737, this is a 700 going to Bucharest. KLM flight 1375. The airplane is 13 years old, its first flight November 2009. Evan says, I love the rumbling engines. I think we all do, mate. And particularly the growls of 777-200s or those A330s, the 300s. They make the best roar in the game, I think. Owen, goedemiddag. Next up is KLM flight 641 going to New York JFK 7879 Dreamliner. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight March 2016. Got 3 more big birds over here. Got an A330. Got a Dreamliner. And we have another triple. KLM flight 691. Going to Toronto, this 777-300ER with a beautiful sound. 11 years old, first flight May 2012. Next up, TUI flight 355, Boeing 787-8, going to Curaçao to Willemstad, 8 years old, first flight November 2014. This sounds derated. Surely it can produce higher RPMs. Right, got some more rumbling behind me. Well, rumbling is not the proper term. Stationary whining. Now. it does seem that center has reopened again. It looks like there's an Embraer 190 to Palma de Mallorca on the threshold of center. This is KLM flight 767 going to Aruba. This A330-300 is 11 years old. First flight was in March 2012. Also having a look on flight radar to see what more is coming. See, there's an A350 and an A330 coming. And JetBlue A321 to New York JFK. Got some more airplanes in the before that. But I think I am going to wrap it up after the JetBlue has taken off. Here we have an A319 from EasyJet going to London Gatwick. 14 years old, first flight December 2008. With the exciting flight number 28675. Now, let me know if my voice-over mic drops, because I think we are at 4.5 hours of streaming right now, and last time the receiver gave out around this time, which meant I had to put it on the USB charging cable. Next airplane is already spooling up. It is an A321neo going to Istanbul. Anadolu Jet. Flight 7769. This airplane is brand new, less than a year old. First flight was in November this year, last year. So it is, what is it, 10 months old now? The next airplane is an Embraer 175 going to Hamburg. KLM flight 1781. 5-year-old airplane, first flight February 2018. Good afternoon, Dan, and good afternoon, Thea. Indeed, Michael, massive winglets on the Embraer 175, also more outward slanting, so easy to recognize the difference between the Embraer 190 and the 175. Look at that beautiful A350-900. Looking at the front, it almost for a minute resembles the special livery from Air Baltic, the one with the blue and the black, which also has a similar line over the nose, running over the nose. Delta A330, one of the many that we have seen so far already. And the last airplane of the day behind it, the A321neo, going back to New York JFK, JetBlue. Third day in a row that we are seeing it. Yesterday we were so lucky to see it land on the polderbaan and also take off again from the polderbaan. Though I have to say I'm glad that they did not do runway roulette today, because this location is not the best suited to film arrivals from. So it was a bit of a gamble. I'm happy that it worked out, but also lucky. It is fitting, isn't it, Alvin? I totally agree. The stars of today's show, the Delta A330s. If you tuned in later, you might have missed a triple torch from Yunus, our viewer, going back to Portland on one of the the A330s earlier this morning. We also got a wave from the second officer on a Delta A330neo. We also had a missed approach, an aborted takeoff. Of an SAS CRJ, no less, to Copenhagen. Aborted on first instance, but on second try it did take off successfully. This China Southern Airlines flight 309 Airbus A350-900 going to Guangzhou. The airplane is 2 years old. First flight was in March 2021. You did miss it, Michael, but no worries. Once I get home after having had lunch, I will update the description and pin a message with all the highlights timestamped, so you can watch it back without having to look for it if you come back later. And yes, it was a CRJ of all airplane types. Well, you guys probably have heard this sound before. It was another Delta A330-300. This one going to Detroit in Michigan. Delta Airlines flight 137. 19-year-old airplane. First flight March 2004. Schiphol is their second home. You're absolutely right. Delta took over the remnants of Northwest back in the day. Northwest was already a partner. So Delta has become a very close partner of KLM in that respect. So definitely Amsterdam is a second home for them. Last airplane of the day, ladies and gentlemen, JetBlue Airways going back to New York JFK, Airbus A321. This service started earlier in the week. I think this is the 4th time it has come to Amsterdam now. In 3 or so weeks, a flight from Boston will also commence. This is flight 262289. This A321neo is 2 years old already. First flight was in August 2021. So thanks to everybody for tuning in today. I had another wonderful time and I hope you guys did too. I will be going out again tomorrow for another live stream in the morning, same time as today. Will be interesting to see how in the coming week runway usage will be. Kaagbaan runway 0624 will be closed for maintenance, yearly maintenance, as of tomorrow until the 12th, or at least that is the planning. Don't know what that means for runway usage and if we might see more or maybe less traffic on the other runways. Not sure yet if it is going to have significant impact or not. We'll see. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. Also thanks to everybody who was so kind to donate super chats, super stickers, super likes, donate memberships, become member themselves, or maybe buy something from the merch shop or donate through PayPal. So many options to support the channel. Also, everybody, thanks for dropping a like. Thanks to the moderators who once again made sure that the chat was a happy and friendly place. Hopefully I will see you all tomorrow. If not, then maybe later in the week. I'm looking to go out again. On Thursday after tomorrow. If you like what you saw, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. Looking forward to seeing you again. Be safe, enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I will see you all again very soon, hopefully. Bye for now.